recommend that you hit that subscribe button or follow button in the notifications to get notifications when I go live stream. Anyway, just took my epidemiological test halfway through 7 weeks until maybe I'm an epidemiologist. Second thing is that yeah, it was hell. So anyway, speaking of that, yeah.
Let's put a smile on that face.
Yurion, hell. All right. Anyway, so we're in Diamond. Yeah, we're in Diamond rank, and didn't really put a lot of time into this, to be honest with you. We're boasting a 71% win rate, which is very odd for me to say because usually, so I kind of revamped this deck, and so to catch you up to speed, I have a title in my previous video, the most annoying deck in Historic. And if you're hearing something in the background going, that is my air conditioner. You know why? It is hot as shit. It's like 90 degrees. So it's like 75 degrees in the morning. So anyway, nobody cares about that. But do stay hydrated. So here's the deal. This deck that I had right here, which, hey, it did pretty well. I changed it. Because they banned Tainted Pact, Thassa's Oracle, the whole Tainted Pact and Historic thing, all that. Okay, so this deck turned into, I said, what else could I do to improve this deck? Which I think is what a lot of people should do, is look at your deck and say, what can I do to improve this? AAA, how you doing? Hey, yo. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good night. Or good morning. It's probably one of those two. If it's a good night, it's probably really late. And technically, it's probably your morning. Indirectly, right? So what I did with this deck is I said, let me go back to the basics of what I did a couple of months ago, but add a few things. And so what I did was I added Ixalan's Binding. It's whenever it enters the battlefield, you exile a permanent, and they can't cast that permanent. The problem is with the other deck is that we were really good versus creature decks, but we sucked versus control. And Jizaki control is rampant in Historic. It's just a deck that does very well in Historic. Also with the emergence of graveyard decks, you have to play with Rest in Peace. But Mana Tithe. The one thing that was getting this deck was that in the best of one, you have to consider this. In the best of one, a lot of people like to tap out. Especially when you're playing versus white, nobody really fears a counter spell. This has been a lifesaver in certain situations. And again, how we're supporting that 71% win rate, going through platinum, we went through Plat 2 to Diamond 2 or Diamond 3 at a 71% win rate. So that's 3 tiers, 71%. Why did I make it such a toxic deck? Why did they print these toxic cards for me to make this deck is the question. We have to stop all the combos in Historic. Turn 4. Goblins, elves, combos, graveyard combos, free casting from the graveyard. It's getting to the point where they're free casting Emergent Ultimatum from the graveyard and then free casting cards off Emergent Ultimatum. So I think this is a relatively fair deck. This deck can be beaten. You give yourself hexproof, you got Solemnity, you got 9 lives. I had to add Sorcerer's Spyglass into the deck to shut down some of the Planeswalkers. I had to add one more Gideon's Intervention to shut down like Teferi. I had to put one of these in, shut down Teferi. So that's basically the meat and potatoes. And also the good thing versus control as well, I put in 3 Blickmoth Nexus, which can be a very bad win condition. Goblins, they did fall off. I see a lot of elves. A lot of angel attempts. We're pretty good versus those decks. We're pretty darn good versus those decks, to be honest. I think the deck that gives us the roughest time is Jizaki. Jizaki just gives us... Hence why I put in Sorcerer's Spyglass. And then I also added another Gideon's Intervention. See, in the old deck, which, you know, was cruising at a 56, 60% win rate, depending upon the shuffler, the matches, and all that. But, you know, I had one Gideon's Intervention, hand removal, and, you know, you're really relying on Idyllic Tutor to get that Gideon's Intervention. With this one right here, the adaptive part, Jizaki, yeah, so Jizaki's like blue. It's like, you know, blue, white, red. Actually added the Gideon's Intervention. And so we don't have to rely on Idyllic Tutor too much. And just like what I was saying here with Ixalan's Binding. You exile something and they can't cast that spell ever again until they get rid of Ixalan's Binding. Gideon's Intervention kind of works kind of in a pseudo type of way, where it does kind of the same thing. Your opponent can't cast spells with the chosen name. And you prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you by permanents of the chosen name. So basically, you just lock down a card, you know. So, good versus Teferi of Hero Dominaria, because this is a 4 casting cost. There are 5. And then you have Sorcerer's Spyglass to pick it back up in Mana Tithe. Or Tithe. Or Tithe. I think it's Tithe, right? That's how you pronounce it. Yeah, I probably just did the whole Jizaki, just how maybe my pronunciation is. But rest in peace. Yeah, a lot of graveyard combos. So anyway, we're going to dive in. We're already diamond. 71%. That's odd for me. You know, that's really high. It's about 30 matches, right? 30, 40 matches, 71%. All right, so again, so this could be a good hand or it could be garbage. If they're playing with creatures, great. If they're playing with control, this is god-awful. And if they... Okay, maybe they could be playing with some creatures. Double Inquisition. That was rude, taking our Mind Stone. I guess we'll just... What if they're playing with all hand removal, like 4 Thought Seizes, 4 Kozilek? Oh, we so badly needed to open up with Leyline of Sanctity. I'm going to gamble on them and say that they're done doing all that. I'm going to go with math. I'm going to go with probability there. Yeah. Okay, so let's just draw a card. Let's just drop that down. Wouldn't be shocked, yeah, if they drew a card there. So just mono black. Well, that's a good card. We're gonna roll that back to our hands. Yeah, so this is an old card, but a goodie. Whenever a source deals damage to this, you sacrifice that many permanents. So, yeah, we'll just take that. Or I could have just board wiped. That would have been smarter. Brexing Obliterator. Or Ixalan's Binding. Okay. So, 3 Inquisition of Kozileks, 1 Thoughtseize, 2 cards in hand. What are the odds that they have another one? Oh boy. Let's see. So, let's think about this here. They've been through 25% of their deck. I'm going to go for it. Yeah, Prexen Obliterator, he's a good card. I mean, I like it. I can dig it. If he cannot get this out of my hand, he doesn't have a win con. I don't believe he's going to have a win condition. So I'm hoping, yeah, he's going to be trying to get a Thoughtseize here. And I conceivably don't know how they got all that, but womp womp. Poor little man in Tithe. Yeah, that was against mathematics right there. Alright. I guess we mana Tithe this, make him pay an additional one. Really not what we could do about that. Yeah, we'll take 2 to the face. Right to the face. I mean, he is drawing cards, but it's mathematically not probable for him to only go through 25% of his deck and have 3 of these and 2 of those. It's kind of... So I'm going to do this. I'll get that out of my hands and let him go. Okay, if he can get all this, we can top deck a 9 lives. We could do it. And it's a land. Womp, womp, womp. I don't want him to gain any life. If he's going to keep on drawing cards this way, I don't want him gaining... And we're going to pretend like we have a card when we don't. Actually, I'll just play it. Okay, so this is... Oh, okay. This is... So... Yeah, so we're going to drop this down, but he can still win. It says each opponent. So this actually gets around hexproof. If he doesn't know that, he's going to quit. If he knows that, he'll keep on playing. Right? Hexproof is you are the sole target. Something that says each opponent or every opponent will get around all that. We get to draw cards through this. If you don't know what City's Blessing is, in order to activate this, you have to have 10 or more permanents on the battlefield at one point in time. So we'll draw a card. Ooh, Leyland and Sanctity. And the Lond. I'm not using Blink Moth because odds are those are all kill spells. Those are all dead. I mean... Oh, God. Alright. Do I want to pretend like... What? The Shuffler gods do not like it. You made a deck. Could I look it over? Sure. What? Look at this. What? I should have titled this video Defy Math. Dope. All right. All right. Well, let's draw a card via this. Gray Merchant of... I can look over it. Oops. Oh, yeah. I think his win conditions are over, but I could be wrong. I could look it over after this match. Yeah. So we're at 72% win rate. It's by a little. Good sample size too. 72%. You can copy and paste the list, or we can go over it like If you give me like a general idea, I could like look the cards up. Just pull that up. Use a bunch of spiders spawning to get a bunch of spiders. Let's see. Use a bunch of spiders spawning. That's YouTube. So okay, create a 1/2 green spider creature token with reach for each creature card in your graveyard. What other cards? Like, what other cards do you use with this? Like, do you have a I guess a way to so you're milling yourself obviously to is your idea just to swarm them? With like a bunch of creatures? Oh, okay. Takes a look. See. Bum, 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 bum. Oops, I'll take a look. All right. Opponent goes first. Kind of a I'll keep it. That is a swarm. Yeah, I'll take a look at the list. Let's see here. Okay, so here's Jizaki, more than likely, right? Maybe not. There is a blue-red deck running around where they play with the creature where whenever they cast a spell, put a +1/+1. They also throw stuff in their graveyard, and then It could be an incorporate Arc-like Phoenix. I don't know, but I'm just gonna drop Mind Stone and pass. Might as well play the card now. Before they have like 3 mana, and they can get to like if they have counter spells like Didn't See It Coming, Sinister Sabotage, stuff like that. But I honestly don't know what they're playing. Usually it's just a guy that plays this. I'm just gonna counter this. Draw a card. Okay, so this is really good if I knew what deck they were playing. Okay, some of these decks like to throw a bunch of crap in their graveyard. He hasn't shown Faithless Looting. I don't know what the heck he's playing, so I'm just going to call Time Warp here. Okay, so he is playing with Jizaka. So he is. I just... Alright. Yeah, we'll just simply play with another one of these. I don't know if you guys can also hear the air conditioner. If it's annoying, I can turn it off. But it's just scorching hot where I live. I'm gonna cast this first. I'm not gonna cast this quite yet. I can't put him on a deck. I don't know what he's playing. I mean, he's got white mana, but he's throwing it away, so... we have not seen one card besides a Time Warp. Well, if he's got a counter spell, he'll play it now. Okay. Fair enough. We'll just rinse and repeat. Memory Lapse is just really good. It's like a Ether Gust for every card. Huh. So maybe he just played a classic blue. This is where they. So I think this is where they get a creature when it comes into play. You can free cast any instant or sorcery from your graveyard from the into the back. I think that's it. I could be wrong. Yep. Okay, so this is from the Mythic. This is from the excuse me. This is from the Anthology 5. Are we on 5 now? Yeah. So they're big creatures, but people are finding a way to get them out really quickly. And this is one of the ways that they do it. Another way is also there's a black card that has it has a buyback. It has a flashback cost where you can grab a creature from your graveyard and put onto the battlefield. And so what they'll do is they'll dump these big monsters and typically like keep on top decking a time warp or retrieving a time warp and then just getting infinite turns to kill you. But yeah. So we'll drop this down for the third time. We'll try it. It worked. This says whenever this attacks, though. So dang, memory lapse. Also, too, with the auto tapper, I could have casted a second Doomscar, but they'll prioritize the Blink Moth Nexus and the Arc. So if you're relying on the auto tapper like I did, they won't tap these as a priority. So what's from what's your question? What's in their deck or my turn. Oh, this right here. This card right here. Whenever it attacks, you look at the top 7 cards of your library, you can cast an instant or sorcery that so they quit, but Um, they can cast an instant sorcery spell with mana less value or equal to this cost, so 7 or less. So Emergent Ultimatum, Time Warp, the other get a turn from Kaldheim, where you get those 2/1/1 birds. No, oh yeah, this is Strixhaven. My bad. Hold on. Let me see if I could. Let's see if they still have the sale up for these cards or not. They could. Let's see. Flip that around. Where's the anthologies at? Okay, yeah, so that was from Strixhaven. But there are decks that will throw this into the graveyard, trash it, or do what what they did. They'll cast it off the top of their deck. These monsters, especially this one, at the beginning of your end step, draw 7 cards. So when these first got released, yeah, they still have the sale. Well, it's not a sale. It's you can still buy it. But yes, you can still buy them. Yeah, it's gonna cost you like $22, basically, including taxes. Oh, depending upon where you live, but it's like $22 with tax. But yeah, they'll throw these monsters into a graveyard and just rip them out really quickly, or get them off the top of the library. Kind of what our opponent just did. The same method, the same mindset. But they're more graveyard contingent decks, so they can get you off the top of the library or pitching them into the graveyard. So, but if you have Rest in Peace, that kind of kills their whole game plan. There is a card that has it's black. Return. I'll just hit return, and we'll just focus on black. Okay, let me see. And I may not have it, so I'll have to look. It's a return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it's got a flashback, so they can cast it from their graveyard. Oh, this right here. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So even if they pitch this into the graveyard, they can just retrieve it. So that's what they'll do. You're gonna grind gold for it? Yeah. So that's what they'll do. So they'll, like, Faithless Looting, turn 1, throw their cards in their graveyard, whatever, turn 2, turn 3, turn, and then they'll, like, get it through burial rites, unburial rites. And then on top of that, they'll do what that person did was destroy is going to be too much of a vague word. It's the card that our opponent used. where you can destroy an artifact or a creature, then rip cards off the top of your library until you get a creature put on the battlefield. And I forget the name of the card. Fun times. So what makes those decks really good is that they're utterly versatile in the fact that they can go from the graveyard or off the top of their library. But a card like Rest in Peace would just shut it down completely. Another blue-red. I don't know if they're playing Jizaki? Control? Yeah, Grafdigger's Cage. But Grafdigger's Cage only... yeah, Grafdigger's Cage would work versus that deck. But in the best of one... I think Rest in Peace is a better... Here's the problem. If I cast Rest in Peace... So let's say they're a graveyard deck, and they could be. This would be a smart decision. If they're not, and let's say I cast this, I tap out, because I have Mana Tithe in my hand, and they're Jizaki Control, you know what they do. It's turn 3 Narset, right? So I'm going to pass the turn and just... Let's see what's all about. Well, that doesn't help. We'll drop down the Mind Stone. Good old Mind Stone. What's great about Brainstorm, too, is that not only do you draw three cards and put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library, but if somebody's trying to rip a card out of your hand, you could grab that card and just put on top of your library and kind of hide it so they don't remove it from your hand. Yep. There we go. So, they can exile an instant or sorcery card from their graveyard and basically just cast it. That was harsh. They do have the ability to have lethal, so I have to drop down. See, Mana Tithe would have been huge. It would have countered that. But we don't have the planes. Mana Tithe is really a good card. It's really, really good. It's just... the mana situation. Let's see here. Well, let's just do that. And this way we give ourselves options. We could draw a card. We do have mana Tithe up. Yeah, we'll just draw a card. Well, he's probably waiting for a time warp off of this. He got this instead. Yeah, you're right. He didn't cast a time warp. He cast that, right? I'm too busy counting our outs. Let's see how long we can live mathematically. I totally missed the whole time. Him not. That's why he said oops. There's a time warp. Ew. Okay. So you see what I said about last game? It just became true this game. And see, so they'll free cast that. So there's a lot of that synergy, is what I'm trying to say. Now you grab this concept, and if you're too poor via wild cards to support a deck like this, like, because these are a lot of rares and mythics. Excuse me. You'll go back to the anthologies, where you're just going to probably go that route, where you're putting stuff in your graveyard. But yeah, so a lot of these decks. So now you can see why I made some of the transformations that I did. I've really evolved this deck from, God, like six. I mean, God, I made this deck. I don't know, like 6 months ago with Wrath of Gods, before Doomscar was printed. So a long time ago, and then they printed Doomscar. So that really was helpful for goblins and elves, a turn 3 board wipe. And then, yeah, the deck I just keep on changing the deck over time. So last week this was good. This week this is better. So, and it's because of the banning of Thassa's Oracle. That's why. People were playing Thassa's Oracle with Tainted Pact. So can we see a Goblin or Angel deck? A charging badger. Sounds like somebody to play with creatures, right? What do you think? Got green sleeves. It's got the name Charging Badger. We got 3. I'll keep it. I'm going to go off of his name and the sleeves. What do you know? Elves? No? Let's see. Yep. So these are the decks that I kind of want to see face. How do you know to play? How did he know to play Clothis over Lovestruck Beast? Let's see here. This is each opponent, so this does get around 9 lives. See how the shuffler... Okay, this is very important. This would be the wrong move. See, I want to cast this and then cast Doomscar, but it's going to tap me out of my double white because it will always recognize Blinkmoth Nexus as a potential creature, so it will not auto-tap it. So it's got to be your job to do so. Yeah, I think we have to do that. Yeah, so I'm glad we did because that would have been death. Okay. I think we can pull this. Okay, so again... Again. Alright, so we'll do that. Now he could have Bone Crusher Giant And Bone Crusher Giant Stomp prevents damage. And so, yeah. And then this will go around each opponent. Wait. Yeah. Dope, dope, dope. But yeah, you got to be careful with auto tap. Okay, well, I see a Luris. And I see Rest in Peace, so I play it. He's like, oh yeah, buddy? I don't care. And the whole point is, so we have mana to take away. We have 26 land in the deck, by the way. We have 26 land and 4 of these. Really cool card. Let that resolve. Oh boy. Spell Pierce. And this is where they can just like load this up and just kill you. Because that. And I can't counter anything because we're so mana, whatever you want to call it. The shuffler. Does he have another Spell Pierce? It again, we would have the mana to counter, but we're not top decking anything, so that's doop doop doop. See, rough. I have no clue. We have. Yeah, I'll show you. We got 26 in the deck. 26 land. See? Swink. 26. Plus 4 of those. So who knows? Holyfield or Hollyfield. All right. So another Luris deck. We'll take that one out. Drop that. Good card from a couple years ago. So maybe he just like burns you and then uses Arcanist to recast the burn. It's like shock. Stuff like that. Yeah, fun times. Predator decks. What he really needs is Bone Crusher Giant. Next person. DVA, what's up? DVA Mechanics. How are you doing? So this hand could be trash or good. Right, they're playing blue. Let's see what they're working with. It's not gonna work, but We'll just call it. Yep. So this is an enchantment they put on. They get +1/+1. They draw a card. He's sitting on a bunch of counter spells. Siren Stormcaller. You mean off this? And the mana struggle continues. I think I need to... I don't think 26 lands enough. I think I need to put like 40. I'm just joking. We're just in the shuffler rut. Yep. Yeah. Unless he misclicks, he can just counter a Spell Pierce. GG. Oof. I knew that 73% streak, that win streak, wouldn't last too long. Well, it lasted long enough, but the shuffler's just been eek. It's the same thing. If you watch the video when I played in Standard last month, which was like a week ago, with this one, I went 10-0 in Diamond, in the best of 3. And then the shuffler just hit us. We'll keep on trucking. Yep. And so I don't like when it does that, when it tries to simulate a match. Dang it. Woohoo! Mana. Hopefully this is not... It could be Neoform. Okay, Wall of Blossoms. A really good card. This card is from Stronghold. Back in the day. Just a simple card. 04, draw a card. If they are playing with Neoform, Authority of the Consuls is going to hurt them a little bit. What is cast Solemnity? Oh. Which makes me think that he is playing with Neoform. If he's going to return this. So, yeah, he's probably playing with Neoform. Yep. So what they do is just keep on getting creatures. Then they'll have a creature that gets... that'll give all the creatures haste. And there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you had a kill spell, the ability's still on the stack. So it doesn't really... You have to have these on the battlefield or a counter spell. Or you lose. There's no other way to beat it. There's no other way. Dope. So another 2-lander. We'll keep it. And the reason why I always check, because if they're playing like Lyris, or if they mulligan a few times, it's a good sign that they're playing with Tibalt's Trickery or Neoform. So, what made me pause there is just us not getting enough mana for the past like 5 or 6 games. But usually you have to trust it because we have 26 in the deck. So, are they just like playing like Dimir, like Gearhulk, Scarab God stuff? No, the Grixis. So if they're playing Grixis, like... Nicol Bolas... I don't know which ball is. He could be... Actually, let me do... I was trying to go for Ishiok, Nightmare Muse. It's Ashiok. That's why. We'll just pass the turn. Does he have... the one Jace where if you have no cards in your library, you just win the game? I'm thinking that's what he has. I think in his hand he's got the Jace that says if you have no cards left in your library, you win the game. I think he's just getting down to one or two cards here. Then on his turn, he'll just play that. Yep.
Always a step ahead. It's a matter of give and take.
Doom. Yeah, he can cast it on his turn. Yeah. Even though we died, I'll still clip it. The Tainted Pack, Jace. Kind of like this. Where's my taint? Right here. I don't know. When I play this deck, it just didn't. It's a fun deck. It just didn't do well for me. It's a very fun deck. If you can pull it off. So notice a lot of combo decks. A lot of combo decks. Then we got the Keebler Elves. One of the few creature decks left. So him okay. I thought maybe I collected company. You saw that little stutter that he did? So what I'm gonna do... Well, not even yet. It's that little stutter that he did. I think he's got collective company. Yep, and we're gonna counter it. See, it's that little... You have to pay attention to those little things that your opponent does. I saw that little stutter, and I said he's either thinking about, Dylan getting those little ping damages on me, or he's holding a collective company, right? But so those are the things that you have to watch out for. Hey, 08. Thanks. Let's see here. Let's actually draw a card first. Let's actually cast this because he might have Nisa. I've seen it happen before. We'll just call Nisa anyway. We're just gonna Doomscar it again. Alright, AAA. Thanks for stopping by. And we just unrealistically drew 3 Doomscar, so it's kind of unrealistic. I'm gonna drop down 9 lives here, because if he has another collected company, yeah. So like, elves just really just don't do good. Elves is a really good deck. It just doesn't do well versus us, and well, keeps. So 1/1 life linker, and then Legion's Landing. Whenever you attack with 3 more creatures, you can transform this, and it kind of turns into an old school. I was gonna butcher the name. It used to be called Cladoran Outpost. Way back in the day. So this will shut down search for Benalia. The Solemnity. We'll drop this down. And because I've been playing Magic Legends, I don't think I'll come close to the mastery. I don't think I'll come close to the mastery pass at all. It's okay. I like Magic Legends as well. Alright. We'll keep. What do you think? Rest in peace. Nope, takes none less. Thought sees. I'm working on a hand removal deck because there's a lot of hand removal. You have Thoughtseize, Inquisition of Kozilek, Agonizing Remorse, Thought Eraser. There's really a lot of hand removal. a lot. Right on cue. And I wonder if this is another like tainted pact into Jace deck. One. You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Tainted Pact. I could be completely off here. Yep.
How we play
Alright, so we got a bird. Alright, let's see what we can do. Let's try to make the most out of this here.
no.
Yeah, so it is a Tainted Pact deck. So he's probably got 2 Jaces in the deck. So we can... Let's see, 2... he's still +1 it, right?
Decisions. This one I will remember.
We'll end their turn. Yep. He's gonna search for Tainted Pact and... I have to be, I have to take note of that. I'm not gonna make him go through the whole thing. Good game. GG. dive into the next match. We already played this person. I just don't remember what they play with. I can't remember if it was a combo deck or not. So let's see here. Was this the one that misplayed the time warp? I think this is the person that did that. Yep, I'm thinking this is the person. Oh, what is it? Is it? Okay, what does the card read? They can. I know what they're gonna try to get. They're gonna try to get that 5. That whenever it attacks. Do they cast it for free? They free cast it, but we can counter board wipe. Yeah, it's gonna be this. Okay. You can cast it, so we can counter it. We can still counter it. Then board wipe. Whatever hell is coming our way? Okay. I'll sit here with the 2 mana Tithes. Is them taking a turn a big deal? Okay. Yeah, so yeah, that was the one that did that. Yep. We'll keep it. 2-9 lives. A creature who plays with creatures. Discard a creature card. Search your library for a creature card. Well, it puts your hand. We'll just. All the way from M11. Reach into that time vault. Okay, a no lander. Nice. Okay, sacrifice another creature, search your library for a creature with a keeper makes X or less, put on the bot. Okay. We have a rest in peace. He can have Assassin's Trophy. He can have a lot of things. Yep, still gonna leave this open. Oh, that's right, it's not legendary. Forgot about that. Ooh. That was just nasty. Tithe at Grogroth. Utter Gargroth. Just Tithe that. Yep. Maybe if he has Ugin. I can't shuffle my library. I'm betting he might have Ugin, right? Probably. I mean, I don't know why he would, but I can't shuffle my library. And that's why the deck is the most annoying deck in Standard. Or Historic. Alright, Slamity, Doomscar. Okay. Just Mono G. Ooh. Shuffler's been tough on us with the mana. Sure. Oh, we played this person before. Oh my gosh, we're getting screwed with land. Alright. Yeah, so we're like losing majority of our games just to lack of mana. God, yeah. Yep. 26 mana in the deck. Or making mono black look like their Simic ramp. If we had mana, the game would be over. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. They have that one apostle thing. Let's see here. Yep, I'll draw a card. We'll draw a card at the end of his upkeep. Sure. Praxian Obliterator. Idyllic Tutor. Ooh. Okay. Like Idyllic Tutor. And then, what was that apostle thing? Okay, there it is, right there. Yep, yep. So that's we're playing the same persons. Okay, so I just have to remember their apostle. What is that card called? Gray Merchant. Hey Johnny Showtime, thanks for the raid, man. How you been? How was your stream? You're pissed. Hopefully, is it the shuffler that got you? We were playing versus, like, is it... Wings of Fire is like, we transferred. You rated us with somebody we don't know. I hope you guys had a good... I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, they're gonna go get the 5/5. It'll attack. They'll take a card off the top of the library. So your opponent gets a fancy lightning type flare effect. So what card were they playing with? Like what? You said they had something off to the side, right? There's... So, were you playing historic? I'm trying to think of the card that they could be playing. Okay, because there's, you know, there's the, like, Zenith Flare. Yeah, I'll be able to look at it if you highlight it. Yeah, and historic is nothing but combo decks, but like he was able to get a creature, then attack, and then free cast a card. from his graveyard, and then free cast off the top of his library. And my opponent's like, dude, just hurry, just name a card. Like, jerk. Alright. So this deck typically plays with 4 memory lapses, so I'm gonna call memory lapse. And if everything goes to plan, they concede next turn. No, we got another one. Okay. Oh no. Thank God he missed. It's like playing the Wheel of Fortune. Or they can cast an instant sorcery spell with less than or equal to, so basically 7 or less. They look at the top 7 cards and free cast. But I think this could be game. Yep. John, the only thing I can think of is maybe something that they foretell something, but I don't know of anything that can foretell that can lethally kill you. So you got a Rest in Peace, Solemnity, and another Solemnity. He's got Luris, so we'll figure this one out. We'll cycle. Drop down, Rest in Peace. So just plain Radkos. We got 2 of them. Yep. So Rest in Peace, just with all these combo decks, it's just so good. Typically, I'm going to play this. Typically, I don't play 9 lives in a situation like this, but, you know, Thoughtseize, Inquisition, and Kozilek, and then we have 2 Solemnities. So he can see that already. I think he's going to quit. Okay. So we were at 73%. I think, what are we down to? 66? 67. Had a rough patch with the shuffler. Yep, a lot of combo decks with Faithless Looting. Actually, my idyllic tutor a rest in peace at this point. Okay, so I know what deck this is. So this deck is kind of crazy. So what they'll do is they're able to get Terror of the Peaks on the battlefield and then keep on free casting a bunch of dragons and just kill you. But I forget the engine that starts it. But I know they can do it. But it's kind of crazy. It's a crazy dragon deck. I have it highlighted on the channel. I just forget the mechanism. And is that it right there? Let's see. Nope, it's not it. Oh yeah, it's that there's some type of dragon thing that you can have infinite of those. I just forget what it is. I so forget what the card is. I'm just going to cast that. Foretell animation? Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they're doing... Hold on, let me just open this up really quickly. maybe they were doing something like let me just go into this because it's black. But maybe they were doing this. Did they board wipe and then get a bunch of creatures? Because you could. Okay, yeah. So there's a black card where is it? This one. So you foretell it for 2, but it's an instant. So you can board wipe and then create 2/2 zombie berserker tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures that die this turn. So if you're playing with creatures, they can just like wrath. They can just wipe the board, and then cast this as an instant, and then just produce like an army of creatures. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, because that's something that they could do. So like, so they could like Doomscar, and then come back at it with. They can wipe the board, and if you have creatures, they can produce that. That could be it. I mean, that could be one of the things that they did. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you just gotta enjoy. Just enjoy it, you know. Because like once you start climbing the ladder, like if you're like right now we're just seeing nothing but the top end, top tier decks at this point, and but that's something that they could have done. Um, yeah, well, the thing is, yeah, well, the thing is like, so when you, um, like, how am I trying to word it? Like the current set that, so let me just go to standard for a second. So this is where I went 10-0 with in Diamond last month in the best of 3. This is actually kind of what pushed me into the Mythic ranks last month. But like, so just an example, what makes this deck versatile in standard is that like you run against Emergent Ultimatum in standard, and you have Rolling Vortex. So whenever somebody casts something for free, if they didn't spend any mana to cast that spell, they take 5 damage. So if you can get them down to like 10 life, which usually you can get those decks down to 10 life, because they take some time. It's kind of a game ender for them. And then like I'll do like Grook's Harbinger, Hexproof from black. I'll try to take their creatures and destroy artifacts or enchantments, gem raisers. But the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that like Aldrain is a set that came out, we'll say almost 2 years ago. So the thing is that without getting into a long dramatic thing about Magic the Gathering, there was a lot of bannings that took place in the last 2 years. In particular, not the last 6 months, coincidentally, when they went mobile on cell phones. But yeah, a lot of things were getting banned. The whole point is, though, I'm not going on a ban thing. The whole thing is that because there's a lot of bannings, and because Strixhaven wasn't in particular a powerful set, you have people that have been sitting on cards for like a year and a half, so they've had a chance to build things up, and then moreover, you have banning, so it kind of made things a little bit bland. So you're running like an angel life gain deck. Dustfang Mentor. Dustfang. Is that black? No, it isn't. I was just gonna say, yeah, veto. Not to shamelessly push. Yeah, veto, yeah. So, I had a very funny deck. You'd have to go to my YouTube though. So if you just go to like my YouTube, type in like Derek Roberts MTG. Hi Zuck, how you doing this morning? Sorry I didn't see your message. But if you go, and it should be under just type in like life gain, and it's funny. So I would play with Veto, Thorn of Dusk's Rose, and it's this rogue where you flip a coin. I had early access to oh, Dustfang. Oh, okay, my bad. When it enters the battlefield, put a lifelink counter on target. Okay, never mind what I said. Okay, I just haven't seen many people play with this card. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, and you're using Speaker of the Heavens and stuff like that. Oh. If you want to have some fun though, there's a rogue. It looks stupid, but it's funny. But I know you're playing in ranked, but you flip a coin. You pay 3 life. If you win, you gain 6 life, and then indirectly, if you gain 6 life, if you have veto out, you nail them for 6, and you gain 6. So if you actually go to my YouTube channel, if you go to my YouTube channel and just type in like, I don't know what it would be, life gain or whatever, yeah, it's not a bad thing, and it's kind of cool. It's when I had early access to sets. So every new set that came out, I would play it, I'd play test it, and then it was nice because people then would get to not burn their wild cards. The greatest wild card burner as a beginner is building decks that just suck, because you spend all those wild cards in an area, then as you evolve you're like, crap. So what was very nice about the early access for people was that they got to see how things worked and how they would spend their wild cards. Now they took that away, so that was kind of the nice part. Righteous Valkyrie, yeah, it's that angel that gets +1/+1, right? But yeah, life gain's pretty cool. You also have those guys too. Yep. But yeah, so and here's another decent card too. I mean, it's okay. Like, you know, if you have the budget, you have the budget. So what's good about this card is it replaces itself when it enters the battlefield. You draw a card, so it literally replace. And then enchant permanent has lifelink. Yep. Oh, the same thing I tell people with weight training. You got to do the best you can with the best of what you got, because that's the best of what you can do. So if you're building a deck right now and you're beginning, you got to make do and just have fun. This big guy. I'll drop that down. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, you will have people that will play in the lower ranks that will beat up on beginners. They'll sometimes, well, it's not on purpose. Sometimes they'll walk away from the game for a while, and then like for a couple months they'll come back, and then they already have the cards, and then let's see. Oh yeah, I'm playing historic. Okay, yeah. Do I think he can kill? Let me do this. So this is a card that is an angel that really made it. Yep. As long as you have 7 more life, everything gets +2/+2. Now, see, if I would have had that one black card, I could have created a bunch of 2/2s. Yep. That's why I call it the yip dick. But so yeah. I kind of want to play standard, and then I kind of don't. Let's see here. Oh, okay. No, I was just clicking on some stuff, so I just turned off the mic. I didn't want to hear people hearing me going. You get that typewriter sound, you know, that like that sound. So they got Luris. We got Rest in Peace. Okay. So this is going to be a deck where they load up on one creature. It's a one-trick pony, but it's a good pony. So they'll put a bunch of enchantments on a creature. Yep. So this gets +2 for each aura attached to it.
The cream of the crop! Nobody does it better.
Oh, thanks, Showtime. Thanks for the tip. Hope you like Macho Man. And they are going to kill us, I think. You're the savage? Well, you are. Alright, so here's our combo, but let's see if we can live to see it. So we'll go. Now be careful, because they'll tap, as I said, they'll tap. No. I was just trying to demonstrate. Okay, so we died. Okay, so I was trying to tell you that the auto tapper will automatically not tap. We wanted to tap these and drop 9 lives, and then that would have kept us alive. Then we would drop down Solemnity, and the game should have been over. But it tapped out our white mana. So I was trying. I had it in my hand. I was trying to explain. When it comes to this, when you have these lands, you don't want the auto tapper. As I was trying to explain that, it released from my hands. So that's like a blooper. That belongs on the blooper reel. But that's a prime example of what you want to avoid. So any single time you have, always remember, if you have a land that can turn into a creature or does something of substance, the auto tapper will not tap it unless it absolutely has to. So in that case, we would have cast this, then cast this, and I believe that we would have won the game. So that's a good example of why you should do that. Good for beginners to know too. Yeah. It's like, oh, and look, they're like, you know what? This guy was such an idiot in game one. We're just gonna match him up against another Lyris deck. All right, hold on. All right, first Lyris, we're going second. I'll keep it. Drafting for mythics, if you're, it just depends on how you draft. The average draft, it doesn't matter your ranking, it doesn't matter. The average draft is 3 and 3. That's the average universally. So it doesn't matter if you're Mythic Rank or starting out, or it's so if you can beat that 3 and 3 marker, and if you can go 5 and 3, then I think it's like a really good way of doing it. And that's going to be set dependent. You know what I mean? Because, like, certain sets, you, like... And this guy's just slapping us. So this stops him from casting whatever I call, and we get prevented damage from that. So I'm just going to go with that. Oh, you want to get value, right? If you're going to draft. Let me... drop that. Yeah, if you're gonna play that way, I just play your matches out. If you're thinking about just dropping, just draft to. You gotta make a diamond ready veto deck. What's this guy got here? He's got a shock. So this stops all planeswalkers, allows us to draw additional card. Our spells cost 1 less. And then I don't think it's gonna matter though. Nope. Because all he has to do is get a land, and we're dead. I can counter this. Right, he's gonna cast. It deals 2 damage to any target. Why didn't he cast that? I'm at 2. Why wouldn't he cast that? There we go. Alright, thanks for stopping by and thanks for the raid, Johnny. And then we'll do also, thanks for the tip as well. Appreciate it. $5.40. Okay, so you're on Eastern Standard Time. Gawara. Boy. This hand sucks. But I've made worse decisions in my life. Unless they're playing burn. Okay. Nope. Yep. So they'll put this on here. Is it 2/2? They'll draw a card. He's got a memory lapse. Another curious obsession. Gonna draw a card and just sit on that memory lapse. Okay, so I'm gonna try to force this out of his. The memory. I have to force this out of his hand. I have to get it out. He might. Okay. Another memory lapse. Break to tier 2. Could switch it up and go standard. We just played this. We came up. We played 3 people. I don't remember what deck they were playing. I'm gonna start writing their names down and what decks they play with. It's either there's not enough people. I don't believe that we're. All right, let's keep this. We did play versus person. Oh yeah, that's right. They had the little. They had the elf deck. Yep. I don't think I want to blow the board just yet. We'll just call Nisa, who shakes the world. Oop, there's our combo right there. Let me wipe the board first. Pass the turn. I could always draw off this. Or if we get a mana, the game's over. Okay. Nope. So we'll do this. And we'll do that. Yep. I'm surprised they don't remember our deck. Like elves are really good. Don't we just make elves look bad like 80% of the time, but elves they're really good in historic. Okay, so if they're playing control, this is actually a decent hand. You take something away and they can't cast it until they remove Ixalan's binding. So not only do you take away a card, but they can't cast that card. And then this shuts down all planeswalkers. We'll keep it. If they're playing some type of... if they're playing with creatures, then this is not, in particular, a good I'm just gonna cycle that out. Fable Passage. I remember when this card jumped from like $8 to like 17, but they reprinted it, so popular colors in historic. I just don't know if they're playing with graveyard or control. So Mana Tithe is really good if they're playing like with a 3-color counter spell in this situation. Okay, so graveyard. So I should have got like Rest in Peace off of Idyllic Tutor. What? Peer into the Abyss. Yep, let them brainstorm. Okay, target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in the library and lose half their life. Round up each time. Target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in the library and lose half the life. Round up each time. Oh, he's gonna free cast that. So this is a perfect example of Tithe just working out really good. Ooh, couldn't free cast the Emergent Ultimatum. But he's gonna be able to do it next turn. Shoot. None of this really matters. He's gonna get that ultimatum. Okay. Search your library for up to 2 cards, put them in. Okay, he's gonna be able to win the game. He's gonna search for the card that exiles all artifacts, and that will affect 9 lives, and then the game will be over. No, approach to the second sun. Okay. I guess he can just do it that way. I'll be right back in about a minute. If anybody wants to see anything else, if they want to see standard play, feel free to let me know. But if not, here's the historic deck that we're running. And here's what I like to run in standard. So I'll just leave that up for a second. But so this is what got me through Diamond. Mostly, we went on a 10-0 run with this deck in the best of 3. So that's really hard to do, to go 10-0 in the best of 3 in Diamond. It's really hard. For a lot of reasons. The algorithm, the matchmaking, the shuffler, and then just playing. But we're playing historic, but I just figured I would put up my standard deck. So anyway, we're Diamond Tier 2, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes. So this is something different for standard players. Also, feel free to follow if you haven't. If you like Magic the Gathering and Magic Legends, feel free to do so. But anyway, here's a deck. Again, minute or two break. Alright, so we're back. Just after about a minute break.
Oh yeah!
If you had earphones, I'm sorry about that. Feel free to take advantage of the emojis. You don't have to subscribe or anything like that. I don't have... I was offered affiliate and all that type of stuff a long time ago. Didn't accept it. Still could, but I don't. So feel free to do that. Macho Man, if you're into wrestling, cool. Feel free to follow. Anyway, so this is a deck for Standard. Again, last month, which would have been just like a week ago, pushed us through Diamond 1 all the way into... We went 10-0 on the best of 3, which is very hard. With the shuffler, the algorithm, the matchmaker, and just playing. But, so we're playing Historic, and we're Diamond Tier 2 right now. So, I kind of changed the deck around. If you see prior videos on replay, you'll see me playing this deck last month. But I had to adjust the deck quite a lot. And really, this has been a deck that I've worked on for 7 months. I had this way before Doomscar was printed in Kaldheim. And then what made this deck explosive was Doomscar. Because you could literally get rid of goblins, elves really quickly. Turn 3 board wipe. And that means you don't have to play cards like Settle the Wreckage and all that other type of stuff. Because really nobody plays with Indestructible anyway in Historic too much. So, but then after they banned Thassa's Oracle with Tainted Pact, I had to switch gears a little bit. You have to evolutionize. And so I added one more Gideon's Intervention because I saw more and more Jizaki decks, right? Jizaki's red, blue, and white. There's a lot of graveyard decks. There's a lot of... so, basically, there's different versions of different decks. So, I decided to add one Gideon's Intervention so we don't have to solely rely on Idyllic Tutor to search for it. And then, I added Sorcerer's Spyglass because our one weakness was versus control decks. And when you're playing in the best of 1 and not the best of 3, you can't utilize your sideboard. Now, I do have a sideboard in place because I would play with Karn, the Great Creator, in a long time ago version of this deck. So then we have Mana Tithe, and this card has really done really good. Not really a card that you want to have on turn, say, 10 in your hand, but very good in the early, sometimes even the mid-range game. The way people are playing their combo decks with a lot of cards, pretty good in the early turn 1 to like turn maybe 4 to 5. So with that being said, also having more creature lands. So that could be the deal breaker there. So anyway, we're 26 lands. We have a curve of 3.1. So not that bad. Jump into the gameplay, shall we? People are probably like, shut your yapper and just play. Hansel. All right. Right on cue. Jizaki. Alright, so... Now, what's interesting about Jizaki is that there's 3 variants of it. There's the graveyard variant, there's the control variant, and then there's the hybrid combo variant, where they put things in their graveyard, and then they cast stuff off the top of the library. So it's like, what Jizaki are you playing against? So I want to take a look at their hand. So this is exactly what I was talking about. So what they'll do is they'll pitch cards in their graveyard, then return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If they're not going to get you that way, then they could exile a target instant from the graveyard or sorcery and then exile and copy it. Basically, free cast. So they'll throw in Emergent Ultimatum in their graveyard, free cast it. Then they'll free cast 2 cards off Emergent Ultimatum. Or they'll play with this, put this in their graveyard, retrieve it via this, and then boom. Okay, so this means nothing, but I'm glad that we got to look at their hand. So we're just going to call, like, Ugin, which they don't play with it, but to give you an idea of how these decks are. So this is the hybrid Jizaki, what I call the hybrid. I know that was, like, really fast, but I didn't want to, like, keep my opponent just sitting there. So I'll clip that later so you can see that if you want to in more of a palatable time. If you want to watch that on more of a slower speed, but I don't want to so knowing that they're playing with that, we are going to Idyllic Tutor for Rest in Peace. Exile all cards from a graveyard. And they're actually playing with 4 colors, so now remember, that's just one piece of the puzzle. You know, they can still cast stuff off the top of the library as well. So there's another card that if you get rid of an artifact or a creature, you can keep on searching the top of your library till you get a creature, put on the battlefield. So that's another combo in itself. And it would help if I remember the card's name. Oh boy. It's the card with the exile at the top. I don't know its name. I could call it with Gideon's Intervention. I just forget what it's called. Now, we have played, to my knowledge, 3 people multiple times today. So maybe that's why they quit. They recognized what we are after we played our deck. So I don't know why we keep on playing the same people. That's either there's not enough players on at the same time, or it's just the matchmaker. I'd have to go with a matchmaker. I believe the MTG Arena player base is bigger than that. Ooh, we're playing number 595. So this is a huge mismatch. We're in diamonds, and they are in the top 600. Matchmaker, but we're up for the challenge. So I'm going to keep this hand, I think. I'm going to keep it. You know what? I'm going to counter Faithless Looting. I'm just going to counter it. Counter. See, Mana Tithe, I'm telling you. I want to see what they're playing with. Okay, enchant creature gets +2/+2 for each other enchantment on the battlefield. Oh, what the heck is this? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what. Nisa shakes the world. I don't know. It's 4-color. Discard a number of cards, then draw that many cards. If there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, create a 3/2. Very interesting. Huh. Discards a 2/2. Discards that when they have. Alright, literally have no clue. Oh, okay. I'm gonna clip myself getting my ass kicked. Cause, okay, I see what they did there. I should have ideally tutored for a rest in peace. That would have helped me. So what they did, we'll go back to myself, get my ass kicked. Okay. I've never seen anybody play this card in my life, so I didn't expect that. So what this does is it's got haste, and whenever it enters the battlefield, you return it or cards from your graveyard to the battlefield, attach it to creatures you control. Exile those cards at the beginning of the next end step. So it's a one-trick pony. It's a one and done type of deal. Like, that's what they do. So what they do is they pitch these enchantments into the graveyard. Simply just cast this creature. All their enchantments come back on. And this says enchanted creature gets +2/+2 for each other enchantment on the battlefield. So that's why this is a 15/14 and that's an 8/7. And yeah, so had I called for rest in peace, I think we would. I don't know if they would have won because they pretty much chucked everything into their graveyard. Their entire win condition was in their graveyard. So, nice combo. Whoever Casey is. I mean, I'll clip this. I'll clip the explanation to this as well. So, people can kind of see that. And I'll just probably title it "Getting My Ass Kicked." But very neat combo. I'm glad to see that. And if I get my butt beat by something I've never seen or something, I don't care. I'll clip it. And see, those are the type of decks that will slide into the Mythic ranks. Because, do you see, I didn't even know what that was. I was sitting there trying to guess. So you see a lot of combo decks in Historic. That's why Tithe is really good. Alright, so here we are again. So it's going to be throw stuff into the graveyard. In free cast, okay. And that's okay. We're set up to counter this next turn. So that's okay. Again, make sure you tap this because the auto tapper won't do it for you. Rest in peace, such a good card right now. He's probably going to... Well, return a creature. Yep. So what he's going to do, put this onto the battlefield, and then when this enters the battlefield, he can cast an instant sorcery from his graveyard without paying the mana cost. So we're going to counter this, actually. Then we're going to cast Rest in Peace, resolving all of his cards. Then we're going to go and try to lock him down. Yep. So my goal was to get to tier 2, which we have done. Play a few more. Okay, I don't like when it does this. Because it's trying to match you. And I want to play people that are just random. You know what I mean? Not based upon their decks, but just based upon the rank. Which brings me to a point. I don't know if my local game stores opened up. I don't think they have. I know where I live, everything's opening up. So just burn. We'll call Chandra Torch of Defiance. This is a tough one. Because I could... We get Leyland of Sanctity, we get Hexproof, but... He could... Let's just get 9 lives. Earthkick, dominant card back in its day. So this is from the Amonkhet era, back in the circa of I want to say 2017. He's only got 2 mana. He had shock. Let's just say he could do 3, 5, 8, 9, 10. That's too close to call. So imagine at some point he's going to start using this burn. He or she. Hmm? So we do have Solemnity, and I think that would be about game. Maybe. This is actually pretty cool. If you're new to Magic the Gathering or whatnot, creatures you control with flying have, quote, spells your opponents cast. So if they try to kill something, it costs 2 more. You get a couple of these suckers on the battlefield. Some deck ideas for that. If you're running short on wild cards, so if you're one of those people that maybe have just started up in the last couple weeks or a couple months, and you're kind of like, I got some rares to burn, but don't have. It's the Wings of Rotator Cuff or the Wings of Tatter. So basically with this deck, it's got life gain, it's got flyers. I think it's the other one. This is Wings of Rotator Cuff. Wings of Tatter. These are just some cheaper deck ideas. So, like, this will give your creature lifelink, and whenever your creature deals damage, it gives +1. You draw a card, and so, what's it? The Wings of Rotator Cuff. We'll get back to the gameplay, but I just want to give deck ideas to. Yeah, so creatures with flying cost 1 less to cast. So you can cast these out, and whenever a creature with flying enters the battlefield, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And this allows you to drop this with hybrid mana. So if you're one of those people that have trouble with mana, or you're like dealing with deck building problems, this has hybrid mana. And again, creatures with flying, whenever opponent targets one of your creatures, they have to pay 2 more. So, and then you have this on the back end. Non-creature spells your opponent's cast with 4 or greater cost 2 more to cast. So you lock down your opponent kind of through casting. Then you have counter spells. If you control a creature with flying, which in this deck you will, they have to pay 4 mana instead. You have Skyclave Apparition to take stuff away from them. You have Brazen Borrowed to return stuff back. You have Saw It Coming to counter target spell. So just like a nice little, if you're into life gain and you're into, but you're also on a budget, only requiring, that's something as well. So just something to consider for different deck ideas. Fun deck. It'll probably have fun if you're maybe in below platinum or slightly into the early platinum stages. So, But we'll get back to historic gameplay. So these are one of these hands that could be really good, or just... So another Jizaki deck. So are they Graveyard Jizaki? I have no clue what they are. Are they control? So there's 3 forms of Jizaki. Put stuff in your graveyard, free cast it out. There's hybrid Jizaki. Put stuff in your graveyard and then cast stuff off the top of your library. And then there's your control Jizaki with your Narsets, your Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. So that's why I don't know to play Rest in Peace or to just sit back on these. And I don't want to play a Solemnity or a 9 Lives because they could just counter. If they are control Jizaki, then like they can counter it with just any counter spell. Yeah, I think I'm going to counter that. So I'm starting now to lean towards their more of the hybrid. Okay. Yep, so the hybrid will play 4 memory lapses, and that's basically all their counter spells. So there is a card. It costs 3 red. An X. You can get rid of an artifact or creature, and then keep on ripping cards off the top of your library until you get a creature card. And another memory lapse. So they'll have time warp for those, for memory lapses. Yep. I'm thinking that's what they're playing. I don't know. There she is. If they're going to do that, I'm going to make them cost their token. So they can't sacrifice it. But he does get the free turn. Well, not free. He had to pay for it. Okay, so Rest in Peace. I should have played Rest in Peace. You know, that's well, he just would have memory lapsed it anyway. And that's what makes Jizaki so hard, because you don't know what three, which one, which Jizaki are they playing. So now that we kind of have an idea, I'm still going to cast this, right? Would he have a third memory lapse? He's got a third one. Okay. Three memory lapses. Does he have a fourth? Okay, so we made it a little bit rough on him. He knows we have Solemnity in our hands. So he's been through 3 memory lapses. Time warp. We counter that via that. I'm telling, these really are great. Alright, he stopped me on before my draw. That's not me stopping me. Maybe he's gonna try to tap 2 lands via this. Yeah. Yep. Taps 2 lands. And he just had no outs. Since I've been playing Magic Legends, I don't think I'll even come close to the Mastery Pass. Which is a good game, by the way. I recommend that people check it out. Alright. So... a lot of Jizaki. Speaking of the devil. Yeah, so let's see what he has in his hand. Maybe he's not Jizaki. Maybe he's just there is a blue-red deck that just runs those, Oh, well, I'm just going to call Chandra. Torch of Defiance. Phoenix deck. Okay. Yeah, some of them will run those little dragon sprites, but yeah, I was unsure. Makes sense. But how are you doing, Displaced? I don't know if it's your morning or afternoon. Ooh. Doing pretty good. Had to, before I started streaming, had to do a had to take a test in epidemiology. Oh, there's a sprite right there. Then had to do a paper on politics. So don't ask me why they include politics with epidemiology. I have no clue. It's you know, it's like one of those college requirements. It's like you have to take a. I've never taken a political class in my life, so I have to pay for it now, I guess. I don't know. Right? But if I pass my epidemiology class in 7 weeks, I'll be certified as a epidemiologist or certified in epidemiology. All right. Yeah, so my girlfriends only see me. We only see each other once every Sunday, like at night, and then I'll go to. She went with me to the gym, and just sat there. I was like, "What's the point of that?" So I kind of feel bad, but I gotta, you know, not to be mean, but girlfriends, you don't know if they're gonna last forever. I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't want that to come off the wrong way. Hey, Dark, how you doing, man? Oh, faces looting does them nothing. Oops. Wait. So what can... You know, actually, petty theft. Doing pretty good. Dark, I was just talking about grad school stuff I had to do. I had to take a test that was kind of difficult. And then I had to write a political paper. Don't ask me why. I don't want to... What's that got to do with healthcare? I don't know. I had to take coding last semester. What do that have to do with healthcare? You learn how to code, okay. I guess it helps me in Magic Legends. I think like a coder. Okay, where would they put a code inside the game to where they would have to nest a loop? I don't know. Yeah, to get more cash out of you. Yeah, it's more than likely. But the political paper, I turned in 4 minutes past the deadline, so I just had to email my professor. Anyway. But thanks, Displace, for the kind words as well. So we got Mana Tithe, this and this. You know what? I'm going to counter... I don't want to counter Soul Warden. I want to counter Collective Company. Man, Tithe. Really good card. But yeah, Dark, we were sitting at 73% win rate after like 35, 40 matches. Just kind of... Now we're down to about 66, 67. Good old shuffler. Playing best of one? Yeah. Yep, playing the best of one. Okay, I can counter that. Yeah. If it'll let me do it. This is the dead card. Just pass. You know, having Mana Tithe really changes a lot. Because you can... It's kind of weird. You're like... Hey, I'm playing with planes, but I could play like I have islands. I could take Haloid Sun Crown with Ixalan's Binding. But then next turn they can come over top with me with Collected Company. Okay. So... So I'm going to drop this to take that. Because all the creatures can get +2/+2. They're going to bash me in the face. And that was pretty good timing. I won't lie to you. That's a good top deck. I mean, I will not. I won't lie. I'm gonna drop this because if they have a collected company, I just I don't trust it. Look at Kiora. Oof. So we got Approach to the Second Sun. But yeah, Dark, I revamped this deck a little bit. We're going to call Skyclave Apparition. So they can't get rid of some of our stuff. Okay, let's collect the company. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh, Fatality. Double Fatality. I don't know. I saw the movie Mortal Kombat, so I just saw it just last week, so it's stuck in my head. Mortal Kombat displays. You know what? It was good. It was one of those movies that my girlfriend liked it. That was the weird part. My girlfriend really liked it. But it's one of those movies that it starts off really good. The middle's really great. And then you're like, what happened? Then it was like they sped up the movie really quick. And like they ran out of like ideas. Like a Magic the Gathering set. You know, like the first couple spoilers, like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be a really good set. And then it's like you see all the commons and uncommons, like the draft cards. That's what it kind of reminded me of. But overall, good movie. But overall, it was good. Like how they, like, the beginning's really great. It's really good. I won't spoil it for you. It's pretty good. I think it's worth it. Like if you have to use the restroom like in like 3/4 of the way through the movie, feel free to go ahead and Mortal Kombat. You ain't gonna miss too much. But the beginning and middle were really good. Okay, cool. I heard that was good. Was that good? Godzilla versus Kong. Oh no, they mulligan twice. Are they gonna be a Tybalt Trickery deck? Well, we got Mana Tithe. Oh. Okay, bring it. When I see people mulligan, it's either Neoform or Tybalt Trickery. Are we gonna see red blue for Tybalt? Or are we gonna see green for Neoform? It may not be. Maybe they just got a bad hand. But typically when I see a double mulligan like that, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm going to sit back on this. It's probably Neoform. So all they need is a creature. Heck no. Not today, dog. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Tybalt and Diamond? Yeah. At Das. Oh, they're going to do it again. You know what? We're just going to call it Neoform. I think that's what they're playing. I could be wrong. But I have them on Neoform. But yeah, Starly, yeah. Tybalt, people will play in that because it's the best of one. So you think about it, right? If you can get the win rate just at like 50, 52, 53%, you play those games so fast that you can muddle yourself through. If say during that weaker month the meta allows it to get into that 50% range. But certainly. This just screams Neoform. Because all they need is a creature with 2 mana casting cost, and that's it. Even if you kill the creature, it doesn't matter. They can resolve it. The Neoform's literally on the stack. It's on the stack. That sucked. Yeah, this looks like a because listen, they can kill you on their turn, so it doesn't matter about pact and negation. So this has got to be a neoform deck. Because they'll play this on their turn. So if you try to counter something, they'll just come over top with pact and negation, and who cares about the 5, right? But I think we shut it down via this. Yeah, but at dark, yeah, what counterspell? Yeah, it was Strixhaven. It's a reprint. Actually, it's in Strixhaven. Uh, and that's why Strixhaven didn't make a big impact on standard, because half the set was focused on historic, which made it a unique set. Really, one of the first sets to really focus on digital. Yep. So what they'll do is, so this is a neoform deck. Uh, they'll keep on getting all their creatures from their deck, give them all haste, and go to Pound Town. What else do they run? Oh yeah, look at us flex with our 1/1. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm coming for you with that 1/1. Oh, he's got reach. I didn't see that. Oh. You know what, screw it. Excellent binding. This right here. Oh yeah. $18 more turns and we win. I'm just joking. Do they have like Ugin or something? Or maybe I should have left this open. I don't know. Okay, Pact of Negation, got it. So, okay, so we got him locked down. I mean, we cut off his Neoform. We got Solemnity. We got 9 Lives. I mean, I even cut off the... I guess we just start making 1/1 armies. And honestly, yeah, it's the one-trick pony, but it's a good pony. It's a prize pony. But I should have, honestly, instead of being a goober and took Ixalan Binding a freaking 03, I should have called for Pact of Negation so they couldn't counter anything. Because they can counter our approach to the second sun. Because they do have Pact of Negation in their hands. I mean, why not throw this down? Rest in peace. Take all their stuff out of the graveyard. Just for security purposes, I'm going to cast Leyland as Sanctity. So we got Authority of the Consuls, got their Neoform. So we'll have to see. Gotta slide up in there. I gotta accelerate the process. Create a 1/1 token. I mean, don't they have like something to deal with this? Let's see. I mean, they have creatures in that deck. That's how they beat you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got two of these now. We got two Blink Moth. Oh, that's right. I can't put a +1/+1. You can't, I shouldn't be able to because of Salinity, right? Yeah. Wait. How did that get around Salinity? Oh, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Not put a +1/+1 counter. To do. This is a long match. I need Ric Flair just to wake me up. So we have. See, there's the dual caster mage. See, they have it. They have a creature. So. Yep. Okay. It's very slow but painful death. 18, I know, I wasn't joking. It probably has been 18 more turns. I was making a joke. right at Das. That's like. He keeps on rearranging my land. You see that? He's on fiddling with my mana base. You know what? I'm gonna mana Tithe that. I cannot believe I'm a mana. You will not. You will not kill my Blink Moth Nexus. He got greedy. He tried to draw too many cards. Yes. No. Oh, Pact of Negation. I forgot about that. All this over a 2/2. A 2/2 creature. I won't be streaming for 48 hours, that's for sure. No more of those. Seriously, when I did that 48-hour... But thanks for stopping by, Dark.
Yeah.
I got dehydrated. That was crazy. Alright. So now he's got 2 stable blockers. We still have one more. We still have another Blink Moth. And if I could just draw another Gideon. And be able to call Pact of Negation. That's the thing. Does he have? He's been through half his deck. Through 2 packs of negation. I don't know if he's got Pact of Negation or not. Nope. Do-do, 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 do-do. We both have 24 cards in our library. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. I'm gonna start playing polka music. Does anything have reach? No. I'm not going to draw a card on my main phase because if he's got these little millers, he might try to mill this off the top of my deck. So I want to make sure I can, in response, draw a card. What we really want is to draw Gideon's Intervention. And call Pact of Negation. Well, do I think he's got Pact of Negation or not? He's been through 1, 2. You have the odds to say he would. Let me just attack with this first. Okay. So if he tries to mill me, I could just draw a card via this. Okay, returns that back to my hands. Returns Leyline of Sanctity back to my hands? Wouldn't you return this back to my hands so you could use Neoform? I have no idea. On a mana Tithe that? That's a crazy... Yeah, this game. Crazy. Mana Tithe. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That was a long one. That was long. How long was that? It was that had to be a good 35-40 minutes. For just the best of one. Let's keep it. Elves. Yes, sir. So far today we're 4-0 versus elves. And elves is an incredibly good deck. Ah, crap. Yeah, I know it's nice. So this card's worth $103 in real life. He could be sitting on Collective Company. 5, 6. Yep, man Tithe again. Wait. Yep. Oh, it can't be counter. That's right. Shoot, I totally... I screwed that up. Well, this will be in the L column. Yeah, I should have just Doomscarred. I forgot. I'm just telling you guys why this card's $103. I'm like, this card's $103. And proceeds to try to... So I'll tell you why I'm laughing. Where is it? Green spells you control can't be countered. I was just like, hey guys, this is a $103 card. They probably have collected, and then proceeds to... That's an oof. That's an oof. That was a very winnable game. So, probably about my second punt. So this is the dragon deck. And I forget what the, let's see, social library for a permanent card. Okay, so they can storm that out. So they use Tear the Peaks, and they'll get a Tear the Peaks on the battlefield, drop a lot of creatures. All that fancy stuff. Storm, it'll just copy the spell for the number of spells that they cast before the spell. That was rude. And I forget which spell does it. Like, starts the engine. I know they can pay that 3 colorless, 1 red, copy, grab something out of your graveyard, and free cast it. I know they can do that. But that would just get 1 dragon, right? Yep, just like that. Okay, they copy it once. Okay, so that's how they do it. They rely on... So when this attacks, they look at the top 7 cards, and they cast something 7 or greater, then they time warp. Got it. So, yeah, that Mana Tithe would have been great. Could have countered that. Don't get a time warp. If they try to counter this, so we could just counter that counter. Unless they have like Spell Pierce, 1 blue. Yep. Target player mills 3 cards, then return a land card from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target non-creature not with current cost loss 2. Target creature gets -3/-1. Yeah. If people remember Collective Brutality, that was a pretty good card a long time ago. Um, Yazaria. Alright. So we'll just drop this down. Don't know if it's a Jizaki deck or not. Nope. So that means we got to get Idyllic Tutor into... Yeah, because they'll free cast this, or free cast a creature. So we have to Idyllic Tutor into your Rest in Peace. Yep. So what they're gonna do, and we're not gonna be able to stop it because they went first, is that they're going to cast this to bring this into the battlefield, and then what they're going to do is then cast an instant or sorcery card from the graveyard without paying its mana cost, and then what they're going to do is fetch for this, and then they'll free cast this, and then indirectly free cast 2 other cards. And so had we went first, we could have Idyllic Tutored for Rest in Peace and stopped all that, but we can't. So I gotta hope that they don't draw a mana, but I'm sure they will. But that's how that's gonna go. This. Oops. Yep. Switch your library for a dragon permanent, put that on the battlefield. Storm 2. Free cat. That's in their graveyard. I mean, I don't know. So they're gonna grab Terror of the Peaks. So this is the dragon deck that I've been talking about. It's just we've always stopped it, but we're a turn shy. Yep. Alright, so if you want to see that, I just clipped it and just titled it Dragon Deck Turn 4 Kill. So if you're into dragons, okay, we're gonna drop 9 lives right here. Drop another 9 lives. And that would be the angel deck. Blah, blah, blah. Boom, boom. Wham. Alright, so we took this to Diamond Tier 1. So we're 5 best of wins away from Mythic. Pretty good. So we had a pretty good run so far. What's our win rate? It was 73%. Now it's down to 67%. But the shuffler got us. We had, you know, just those normal little ruts that people hit. So far, I don't think we lost to Angels. We lost. I think we're 3-1 versus Elves today. There's different variants of Jizaki, the graveyard stuff. So modifying the deck has shown very well. Also, if you're looking for a deck, also for standard, in the best of 3. So that's historic. And this just a week ago, so last month, we went on a 10-0 streak. You can see that video. Again, you can find me, Derek Roberts, MTG, on YouTube, or you can also find me on Twitch. So if you haven't, feel free to follow. Or you can check out the videos. It should still be up of this deck where it goes 10-0 in the best of 3, which is really hard to do in Diamond, to go just in the best of whatever. But the best of 3 is really the tough part. So this was able to do it just a week ago, right? Last month's thing, and you don't have to really worry about Emergent Ultimatum because you have Rolling Vortex. If nobody nobody casts a spell, if they free cast a spell, they take 5 damage for every spell. So, and then this deck already innately has a Gem Razor where you can destroy an artifact or an enchantment on a creature. Also, Toski's are really good in this deck because with Lovestruck Beast, you have to have a 1/1 to attack, and usually they can kill the 1/1. Well, this has Indestructible, and it's got some nice early and its backdoor slider is Tear to the Peaks. So, and it's too bad Tear to the Peaks didn't get its due. It's just due, because of the way that standard has been, and Tear the Peaks didn't really get it's such a good card, such a powerful card. It just never got its glory. So anyway, that's that deck. So I'd evolve this deck right here that we've been playing. But again, so I'll be playing again. Also, Magic Legends. If you want to check that out, you can do that. I think it's a good game. But I've been playing Magic the Gathering for a very long time, and we'll probably hit Mythic. I imagine tomorrow or maybe the day after. But yeah, so again, guys, not to bore you, but again, so we hit Diamond Tier 1 with 1 win, so we're 5 wins away from Mythic in the best of 1. If we're playing the best of 3, we're 2 matches away from Mythic. I think that's pretty good. And again, I went over some decks that you can, if you're more just starting Magic, or if you're just kind of have a budget on the wild cards for some life gain and flying. Yeah. But feel free to follow if you haven't. Thanks to everybody for chatting. Let's see here. But we're gonna go ahead and raid somebody who we beat with Angels. So we did very good versus Angels in Historic and versus Elves. So feel free to follow me if you want to. And again, you don't have to. We got sweet emojis. Just have a fun time. But always remember,
Let's put a smile on that face.
until next time, I'll see you soon.